Yes, good morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order. As you can see, we do have a quorum present. Can I have a motion and a second to approve today's board meeting agenda?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack and a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And now I need a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Section 3-305B1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter which affects more than one specific individual. Section 305B-7, to consult with legal counsel regarding legal matters. And can I have a motion and a second to enter into closed session?
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes
Second.
and a second by Ms. Cutlip. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to reconvene this Board of Education meeting. What a full audience we have today. We're glad to see you all here. We did have a closed session, and that was held today pursuant to general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters, to consult with legal counsel, and discuss negotiations. Today, Pastor Brian Pugner, I see him here in the audience. Thank you for being with us from Coastal Community Church. He's going to lead us in the invocation, and then we'll have a special guest for our Pledge of Allegiance, so please remain standing.
Good afternoon. As we go to prayer, if I could ask a favor, oftentimes when we hear someone pray, we listen to them pray. I'm going to ask if you're comfortable. Pray with me today, okay? Let's pray. Our gracious Heavenly Father, I want to start this afternoon by thanking you. Your word says that all good gifts come from you, so we thank you for the good gifts in our lives. We thank you for this amazing country that we get to live in. We thank you, God, for the opportunity to live in the best part of the greatest country in America. We thank you for the Eastern Shore. We thank you for this region. God, we have so much to be thankful for, so we give you praise and glory and honor for the many gifts in our lives. I think of the many children that are represented here. We thank you, God, for our children, for our grandchildren, for the opportunity for them to be raised in this amazing community. We thank you, God, for good leaders and good teachers and good people who care for our kids and look after our children, and we thank you for that. And now, God, we bring our requests to you. We pray that you would give us wisdom. We think about all the challenges that are taking place in our world, in our community, in our schools. We pray, God, that you would give us wisdom. Give us wisdom and give our leadership wisdom to make decisions that would be pleasing to you, that they would make decisions that would be for the best of our children, for our grandchildren, that you would protect them, that you would guide them, that you would give them, Lord, your blessings upon them. And God, we're so grateful to you. So we pray, God, these things in your precious name, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Pugner. Thank you for being with us today. It's my pleasure to recognize our May Every Child's Voice Leader honoree, Jackson Hamborski, a sixth grader from Snow Hill Middle School, and he's going to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance today. And Jackson, before you look very nice today, may I add, before you do that, I want to say a few words about you. The Every Child's Voice Leader recognition honors students who exemplify and respect, responsibility, service, civic engagement, and through their everyday actions in leadership. Jackson Hamborski embodies these values each and every day at Snow Hill Middle School. Through his focus, integrity, commitment, and doing what is right, a dedicated student, an avid reader with aspirations of becoming an attorney and attending the Naval Academy, Jackson leads not only through attention-seeking, but through character, responsibility, and positive example. His teachers consistently praise his determination, respectful demeanor, and ability to quietly lift up those around him. Today, we proudly recognize Jackson as a student leader whose voice and actions make a difference. Congratulations, Jackson.
Thank you.
And Jackson's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jackson. We have a certificate for you for being with us today. Okay, so it's time for our monthly meeting reports, and I'm going to begin today with our superintendent, Dr. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. This is one of the most exciting times in our school year. Across Worcester County, our schools are filled with celebrations, performances, senior events, student recognitions, athletic events, competitions, and other things that all remind us why this work we do matters so deeply. It is a season that reflects the talent, the growth, and the promise of our students. And ordinarily, that's where I would have hoped to focus my remarks this afternoon. However, the urgency of the current budget process requires my attention today, because the decisions made over the coming weeks will directly impact our ability to continue providing opportunities, supports, and a high-quality educational experience that our students, our families, and our staff deserve. Both last week and on Tuesday, the school system's proposed operating budget was the subject of significant discussion during the County Commissioner's budget work session. During those conversations, concerns were expressed by a majority of the commissioners about funding only portions of the Board of Education's request. I believe it is important to our community to understand the broader context surrounding this moment. This budget request was carefully built in a way that was extremely responsible. Every item remaining in the proposal reflected a demonstrated operational, instructional, or student support need. As I have shared repeatedly, this is not a budget built on wants, it is a budget built on needs. I have a few slides to share that will be up in just a second. It's okay. One of the most important things I want our community to understand is what is actually included in our budget request. When people hear the proposed operating budget increases by approximately $13.3 million, that can sound overwhelming without context. But the reality is that the vast majority of this request is tied directly to what some see as unavoidable costs, specifically raising starting teacher salaries, which is a blueprint requirement. But let me be clear. While this cost might be viewed as unavoidable, our staff, which includes our teachers, our support staff, and our bus contractors, deserve competitive salaries and wages. Also included in this budget are some critical student needs. More than 3/4 of that request is connected to employee compensation and benefits. That includes negotiated salary increases for teachers and support personnel, as well as bus contractors, rising health insurance costs, retirement obligations. These are the people who work directly with our students every single day, and remaining competitive is essential if we want to continue attracting and retaining high-quality employees in Worcester County. Another portion of the budget request supports programs our students rely on, including blueprint-driven early childhood education programs and dual enrollment opportunities that allow students to earn college credits while in high school. Not only is continuing the pre-K programs in Pocomoke the right thing to do, and it is the right thing to do, given that the community is a childcare desert and because the kids deserve it. And failing to continue this program in Pocomoke, though, means giving up $800,000 in grant funding for pre-K opportunities at Shao and at Ocean City Elementary School. So it doesn't just impact Pocomoke, it impacts across our entire district. There are also technology lease payments for students and staff devices that are already in use throughout our school system, along with previously committed school constructed funding obligations. The budget request also includes critical safety needs. These are not extras or enhancements. They are practical supports intended to meet the growing needs of students and in our schools. Establishing the Elementary Rise program for students will help our youngest learners who struggle with significant behavioral challenges get the supports they need. We have also asked to add bus aids to elementary school routes that transport pre-K students, as these 3-year-olds, their size just in itself often needs assistance, as well as some of our students are in harnesses. And finally, increasing substitute pay rates so we can maintain adequate classroom coverage with qualified professionals. And I'll tell you, if you've ever worked in a school or been in a school, and some of you may have been substitutes, these folks deserve to be paid too, and we value them. The remaining request addresses day-to-day operational needs like classroom and medical supplies, maintenance services, equipment, and required employee certifications. Included in this is also funding for our summer academy programs. While we secured ourselves, thank you to our grant department and to our coordinators, $150,000 from the Donnie Williams Foundation, we need that additional $50,000 of local support to offer these programs with fidelity. The reality is, that the decisions made during this budget process will directly impact our ability to maintain staffing levels, provide critical student supports, sustain early learning opportunities for students, and continue the work required by the blueprint. At the same time, county officials acknowledged that the county is in a financially stable position to do this. Because of that, this conversation is no longer simply about whether funding is available, it's about the priorities. It's about your priorities. And that is why your advocacy matters right now. Our community deserves to fully understand what is at stake and to have a voice in these discussions. Public education belongs to you. It belongs to us. And community voices matter tremendously in moments like this. I encourage our community to educate themselves on the proposed operating budget and what it actually funds. Read the materials, attend the meetings, ask the questions, understand what is at stake for your kids, for our kids, not just for today, but for the future of Worcester County. And then make your voices heard. Reach out to your county commissioners. Share your support for fully funding the Worcester County Public Schools operating budget request. Let them know that investing in public education is an investment in workforce development, economic stability, public safety, and the long-term strength of our community. Because when we invest in schools, we invest in Worcester County's future. And today, I want to issue a direct call to our board. I ask you to continue standing with me, not quietly, but loudly and proudly, as advocates for our students, our staff, and our schools. Advocacy is one of the most important responsibilities we hold as educational leaders. Our students and staff have already begun speaking up and sharing their perspectives throughout this budget process. I believe it is now our responsibility to stand beside them and that join voices with theirs, because advocacy for public education is strongest when it's collective. And when our students, staff, families, community members, Board of Education, and school system leadership speak together with one voice, it sends a powerful message about what Worcester County values and what our kids deserve. So I'm going to ask you, stand with me. Stand. Stand. Stand with me. Stand up for our kids. Stand up for our valuable resources. Stand up for our teachers because they are the best. Stand up for our support staff because they deserve it. They come in every day and do some of the most difficult work. Stand for our bus contractors, some of the most highly trained people in our school district who are the first and the last faces that our kids see every day. I implore you to stand and keep standing. If you value Worcester County Public Schools, stand and do not let anyone make you sit down. Our students, our staff, and our bus contractors deserve it. I'm asking this board, everyone in this room, and all those watching online to join me in continuing to champion the full funding of this operating budget request. Not because it's easy, because it's necessary. Necessary to remain competitive, necessary to meet state requirements, necessary to maintain the quality of education our community expects, and necessary to ensure that Worcester County Public Schools remains a place where families want to work, they want to live, and where they want to raise their kids. I remain grateful for the partnership of this board. I remain grateful for our staff, our families, and our community throughout this process. But I also remain hopeful because I believe deeply in what is possible when our community comes together and stands together around our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Those words are very meaningful to our community, and I hope everyone here will remember those when they go to the polls and vote this year. Now it's time to turn it over to our student representatives, our monthly reports. I think I have a bad mic. And this month I'm going to start with Kanye, and it's a little bittersweet because this is our student reps' last reports before they go off to college and career. So I'd like to give them a big round of applause. I want to let me switch mics. I want to take this moment to thank them, not only our student reps, but our student alternates who are not with us today. Your voice has brought perspective, heart to your board's work. You've helped ensure that students' experiences remain at the center of our decisions, and your willingness to speak thoughtfully and represent your peers has made a real difference. Serving this role takes preparation, takes courage, maturity, and each of you have handled it professionally with integrity. And we're grateful for the time and energy that you've contributed throughout your term here with the board. On behalf of the Board of Education, we thank you for your service, we thank you for your leadership, and for your commitment to our school community. We are proud of all that you have accomplished, and we look forward to seeing your impact that will continue in the future. And with that, Kanye, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Okay. Pocomoke High School has enjoyed a wonderful season of April and May celebrations. Highlights include a memorable prom and well-attended after prom, as well as a We Excel banquet where 233 students were recognized and celebrated. Seniors also participated in senior walks at Pocomoke Elementary School, Pocomoke Middle School, and Pocomoke High School. Nearly the entire senior class joined the senior car parade that evening, cruising downtown along Market Street, where senior banners lined every light pole and families and community members filled the streets in support of the class of 2026. Sunday's baccalaureate service was a powerful and uplifting event. We are deeply grateful for our faith-based partners at Compass Church Pocomoke for organizing such a meaningful celebration. And tent night held this past Tuesday highlighted this incredible post-secondary plans of our seniors. The event also honored staff members pre-K through 12th who inspired each graduate to dream big and pursue their goals. Current senior plans include 77% attending college, 8% attending trade school, 6.5% entering paid apprenticeships, 5.4% entering the workforce, and 3% entering the military. Notably, many graduates plan to pursue careers in education and nursing. The senior picnic was also another tremendous success, thanks to the grill master and custodian, Daquan Colick, along with the support from Compass Church. We are also excited for Senior Awards Night this evening and participate surpassing last year's total of $4.5 million in merit-based scholarships earned by just 75 graduates last year. In athletics, congratulations to track standout Rylan George for earning his third Bayside Championship victory of this school year. We're also proud of our regional champions and podium finishers who are traveling to the state competitions today and Saturday to represent Pocomoke High School. We look forward to celebrating in commencement on Tuesday evening at 7 p.m. We are proudly grateful to the Board of Education and Bob Rothermel of Team Productions for their fundraising efforts to help ensure an outstanding graduation experience for our seniors. Looking ahead, we are excited for a rigorous and well-attended summer academy, as well as upcoming national competitions. Members of Educated Rising will travel to Portland, Oregon, and FBLA students will compete in San Antonio, Texas. Now on to Worcester Tech's report. Ooh, okay. Greetings from Worcester Tech High School. Students and staff have been busy this month with celebratory banquets, preparing for state and national competitions, and wrapping up IRC and AP testing. On May 4th, over 40 students participated in Skills USA National Signing Day. These students are committed to entering the workforce with a reputable company or have committed to attending a 2-year technical trade school. We leveled up our National Signing Day by including a career fair where over 25 businesses set up booths and interacted with our students. On May 8th, our FFA hosted a beautiful spring banquet. Outgoing officers were celebrated and new officers were elected and sworn in. Over 120 guests attended this event. On May 12th, our computer science program hosted a robotic competition. To make the competition more exciting, we invited the Ocean City Bomb Squad to visit their robots and expose students to different aspects of computer science and career options. On May 13th, Buckingham Elementary, third graders visited and toured several programs. On May 14th, our seniors in engineering and in teaching academy program presented their capstone projects and portfolios to separate panels of judges made up of program advisory representatives. On May 19th, Our seniors in biomed and ag science displayed their capstone projects in the ballroom for parents and members of the community to pursue and learn. WTH staff is visiting our partner high schools to honor our seniors at Senior Awards Night. And on the testing front, we continue to see strong results with student performance on their industry-recognized credentials. We are on track to realize our school improvement goal of over 93% of our students passing their IRCs. Worcester Technical High School and Pocomoke High School want to thank Dr. Wallace and the Board of Education for your ongoing commitment and support of our schools, staff, and programs. On that note, I want to pass it on to Cash Von Mars, representing Snow Hill High School.
Thank you, Kanye. As we approach the close of the school year and look ahead to summer, Snow Hill High School remains deeply committed to student success, growth, and achievement. This has been a time of meaningful progress across academics, athletics, and arts, and student experiences. Our Eagle community continues to demonstrate focus, pride, and perseverance as we celebrate accomplishments, support one another, and finish the year strong. This month, students have been fully engaged in MCAT testing, beginning with the English 10, followed by the government and biology tests, and finishing out with the Algebra 1 exams. Throughout the process, students demonstrated strong focus and commitment, taking each assessment seriously and putting forth their best effort. Many students also participated in advanced placement exams, including pre-calculus, Spanish, African American studies, statistics, art, and calculus, continuing to challenge themselves academically. It has been an exciting and successful month for Snow Hill Athletics, too, with all teams finishing strong in regular seasons and competing well in the postseason play. The tennis program saw its tennis doubles team for girls qualify for the state tournament. The outdoor track team delivered on an outstanding performance with multiple Bayside and regional champions competing at the state level this past weekend. In addition, Senior Signing Day recognized 4 Eagle student athletes who will continue their athletic careers at the collegiate level. In the arts, students showcased their talents during the spring concert titled Legacy, featuring performances from the jazz ensemble, chorus, and Eagles band. This memorable evening highlighted the dedication and talent of our student performers and was made possible through the leadership of Mrs. Kelly Klein and Mr. Brad Krause. The class of 2026 has begun a series of memorable and celebratory end-of-year traditions. The senior car parade brought 40 decorated vehicles through town, creating a festive and community-centered experience for students and families. During Senior Awards Night, students earned an impressive $3.25 million in scholarships, along with the numerous recognitions for their academic achievements. Seniors also participated in the Graduate Walk, visiting Snow Hill Elementary School and Snow Hill Middle School, where they were welcomed by former teachers and younger students in a special and memorable experience filled with celebration. Looking ahead, seniors will participate in the baccalaureate service next Wednesday evening, followed by the commencement ceremony on Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Kelly Shoemate Stadium, where 90 graduates will be celebrated in a culminating outdoor event. As we celebrate these accomplishments, we also continue to focus on preparing students for their next steps after high school. The counseling department has had a busy and impactful month supporting students in both academic progress and post-secondary planning. Students were recognized at the We Excel banquet and graduate awards nights, highlighting their hard work and accomplishments. Counselors have continued to work closely with seniors as they finalize plans for college, career pathways, and military service and workforce entry. Partnerships with Warwick Community College and Salisbury University have provided valuable assistance with course registration and financial aid. As After School Academy concludes this week, Snow Hill High School celebrates another successful session, with 122 participating, nearly 1/3 of the student body. This strong level of involvement reflects a commitment to academic growth, enrichment beyond the school day, and then building on this momentum, Summer Academy will offer opportunities for credit recovery, math and English support, health and fitness, driver's education, and ensuring continued learning and growth. It has been an incredible year at Snow Hill High School, and we are grateful for the dedication of our students, staff, families, and the Board of Education members who make these opportunities possible. We look forward to finishing the year strong and continuing to support student success throughout the summer. We wish all of our students, staff, families, and the Board of Education members a safe, relaxing, and enjoyable summer. Thank you. Now on to Sophia with Decatur's report.
Thank you, Cash. Stephen Decatur High School continues to spring into action with academics and testing, celebrations and special events, extracurriculars, activities, volunteerism, and sports. Looking back, SCHS hosted a very successful prom with over 700 students in attendance, and we are super thankful to our after prom parent committee and community businesses for their donations to our after prom event. As usual, our students have remained active in the school community. Numerous Decatur students, club members, and after-school academy participants have been out and about for many activities and events, including beach and school ground cleanups and drives, volunteer work, school fundraisers, and field trips. Our Educators Rising group sponsored a phenomenal Teacher Appreciation Week, complete with treats and an enchanted thank you hallway. And our band and choral programs held wonderful concerts in the school. Meanwhile, our students are busy in the classrooms, including the creative writing program, where they're preparing for literary publication, and in yearbook, where the staff continues to work diligently, putting together the final pages. Congratulations are in order to the Peggy Hevel Memorial Writing Contest winners, our VEX Robotics students who earned bids at nationals, our successful stock market game teams, and our hundreds of senior school awards and scholarship recipients, as well as our hundreds of We Excel honorees. For the month of May in the testing world, we are administering over 450 advanced placement examinations in 20 different areas to nearly 300 students. Following AP exams, we are administering over 900 MCAP assessments. We are confident that our students will continue to do well. Looking ahead, we are also busy planning our SCHS Summer Academy, where we'll be offering programs in coding, Freshman Academy, SAT prep, School Links orientation, and credit recovery. And for the great class of 2026, we have several exciting senior celebrations, including our 6th annual Boardwalk Processional, the BIS Senior Stroll, Baccalaureate, and of course our commencement ceremony held at the Lewis H. Taylor Stadium on May 27th. Finally, in the sports world, we recently celebrated 29 student athletes who signed to bring their games to the collegiate level. This is in addition to the several student athletes who committed to D1 schools in the fall. Our spring sports teams cruised through the Bayside Conference with baseball, girls tennis, and both girls and boys lacrosse all playing for the conference championships, with baseball bringing home the title. This past Tuesday was a day to remember in Decatur sports. Our undefeated baseball team punched their ticket to the state championship this Saturday by beating Chesapeake 3-2 in the state semifinal. And finally, the boys lacrosse team brought home the first state championship in school history with a 14-7 defeat of rival Kent Island. Congratulations to all of our sports teams. On a personal note, on behalf of all the students at Stephen Decatur High School, I would like to thank our wonderful community for the tremendous support of our students, and of course our school and central office leaders, and members of our Board of Education for leading our school system with vision, accountability, and dignity. We know how fortunate we are to live in Worcester County, and even luckier to attend one of the best school systems in Maryland. I wouldn't have traded it for the world, and for the last time, back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Let me see if this works now. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Cash. Thank you, Kanye. We look forward to seeing you walk the stage next week, and we look forward to hearing about your many successes and achievements. So thank you for being with us this year. We appreciate it. And now I'm going to turn it for the blueprint report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ferrante. As part of today's Blueprint for Maryland's Future update, I would like to briefly share information regarding upcoming stakeholder engagement efforts connected to the Accountability and Implementation Board and the NORC evaluation process. The upcoming survey process is designed to gather feedback from a wide range of stakeholders, including pre-K teachers, school leaders, and support staff, including community school coordinators. The survey also encourages participants to share the survey link with community, nonprofit, and advocacy organizations and partnerships involved in blueprint implementation efforts. We will work closely with our outstanding public relations department, led by Ms. Carrie Steers, to help circulate and communicate the survey once it is released. We appreciate the continued collaboration and engagement of our staff and community partners as we support the successful implementation of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Now to our career coaching update. Every 3 years, Worcester County Public Schools must update its career counseling memorandum of understanding with the Lower Shore Workforce Alliance and with Warwick Community College. The state has provided a more comprehensive template intended to promote greater consistency across Maryland school systems. Worcester County Public Schools has already hosted initial planning sessions with our partners and remains confident that the updated MOU will be completed and approved for for the 2026-2027 school year. We appreciate the continued collaboration of our workforce and higher education partners as we work to strengthen career readiness opportunities for Worcester County students. Shifting gears to the career ladder, as I mentioned last month, I wanted to provide a brief follow-up update. Beginning with the 2027-2028 school year, Level 4 participation will transition from a voluntary pilot to a required phase of implementation. By July 1st, Worcester County Public Schools must submit a formal declaration of intent outlining how the school system will meet this requirement through one of the following pathways. The first is pilot participation, which is formal participation in the state's Level 4 pilot program, including adherence to all associated participation, reporting, and data collection requirements. Or the second option is plan activation, implementation of a local AIB-approved Level 4 plan at one or more schools, including activation of at least one Level 4 role and full compliance with statutory requirements in the approved 2025 Career Ladder Plan. At this time, Worcester County Public Schools continues to review guidance and implementation considerations to determine the most appropriate path forward for the school system. That concludes my update, Mr. Fronte, unless there's any questions.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report. Another bad mic. Thank you very much for that report. I have board members, any questions for Mr. Tolbert regarding the blueprint report? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. And now I'm going to for the safety.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. As an information item for the safety report for the month of May, it includes several pieces of information. First of all, as we approach the upcoming end of the school year based events and outdoor activities at many of our schools, including and specifically the much anticipated field days, we'd like to remind families and visitors when visiting the school during the school days that the appropriate safety protocols require all families and visitors to check in at the main office with a valid ID before proceeding to support their child during those field day or outdoor activities. Secondly, our summer academy planning is well underway, and as safety protocols continue and remain during our summer academy sessions, including the entry access to all school buildings and the use of our visitor ID fast pass system. We also appreciate the continued support of the Worcester County Sheriff's Office and the school resource deputies who will be present at all of our summer academy sessions. And lastly, planning continues for our upcoming Summer Safety Conference. This year's conference will focus on a variety of required trainings as well as district initiatives in partnership with the Worcester County Sheriff's Office. This concludes the May Safety Report. Back to you, Mr. Fronte.
Thank you, Dr. Record. Any board member have any questions for Dr. Record? Scott Lipp.
Are there any school safety committee updates? And then I think I'm just going to ask for the third meeting in a row that there's some consideration since I requested to rejoin the safety committee the last three times.
That is on the agenda, and we are going to discuss that. And that is further down in the agenda. We're going to have that discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Record? Okay. Moving forward, it's time to recognize the people in the audience, and today I'm going to ask if anyone from the WCTA is with us. Good afternoon, Beth, and I'll say it, instead of saying the acronym, I'll say it's Worcester County Teachers Association. How about Worcester County Educational Support Professionals Association? Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Good afternoon, Beverly. Thank you for being with us. How about anyone from the Worcester County Bus Contractors Association? Representatives, there he is. Hello, Derek. How you doing today? Thank you for being with us. Any representatives from various schools, PTAs, SIACs, etc.? Okay, well, thank you all for being with us today. And now it's time to recognitions. I think this is a joke. I think I'm being played on a joke. So I'm going to transition to Dr. Wallace. I'm going to turn it over to her for award for Superintendent's Recognition Program and for the Surge Award.
All right. Our first award goes to Ms. Nicole Selby, come on down. I had prepared a long poem, and then I was like, and then I prepared a song, and I was like, so I'm just gonna go with the script, I think. But come over here by Mr. Ferrante. I know Nicole loves the spotlight, so I wanted to give her as much room in it as possible. That's why she was hiding over here, because she doesn't like the spotlight. But her work certainly deserves the spotlight. It is my honor this afternoon to recognize Nicole Selby, my friend, colleague, and wonderful partner in this work, as the Heartbeat of Worcester this month. The Heartbeat of Worcester Award honors individuals who embody the spirit, the dedication, and the excellence of Worcester County Public Schools through service to students, colleagues, and the broader community. Nicole Selby truly represents the heart of Worcester County Public Schools. Through her tireless dedication, compassionate mentorship, and unwavering advocacy for families in need, Nicole goes above and beyond the expectations of her role. Whether helping students pursue educational opportunities, supporting families through difficult times, organizing community outreach events, sometimes just supporting me and our little friend group here at the office, or being that steady and trusted presence that if you know Nicole, you know she always is. She consistently demonstrates a student-centered impact, collaboration, resilience, and integrity. Her work reminds us that the strength of our school system is found in the people who serve others with grace, empathy, and heart. Nicole, thank you for everything. All right, now I'm pleased to present our Surge Award winners for the month of May. First, I'd like to welcome Leonard Garcia Ornales to join me. We can give him a round of applause. Leonard is being recognized with our Circuit Helper Award, which recognizes students who quietly strengthen and energize others in their school communities through leadership, resilience, creativity, and service. A ninth grader at Stephen Decatur High School, Leonard exemplifies this award through the positive impact he has made in his classroom and among his peers. What began as quiet assistance to classmates has grown into enthusiastic leadership, encouragement, and mentorship in the classroom. Leonard uses his strengths to help others succeed, creating a more supportive and connected learning environment for everyone around him. His academic achievement, personal growth, and willingness to serve others make him an outstanding recipient for this award. So congratulations, Leonard. And next, I'd like to invite Emmett James to join me up here. Emmett is receiving the Rhythm Pulse Award for Performing Arts. Emmett is a fourth grader at Buckingham Elementary School, where he has consistently demonstrated an exceptional love for music and a desire to continually change himself artistically. Through impressive musical projects, original compositions, and dedication to his craft, Emmett brings creativity and excitement to the performing arts while inspiring others with his enthusiasm and talent. Congratulations, Emmett, and we hope to see you on very big stages, and don't forget about the little people when you get famous.
Principal's coming. Wait, principal's coming.
No, you get up there.
You got a lot of bosses in here. Now, as you may know, our next board meeting coincides with the last day of school. So in order to allow students and staff to fully enjoy the excitement and celebration of the final day of school, we will not be doing recognitions next month. However, we are incredibly proud of all the students who have been and staff who have been honored this inaugural year of these recognition programs, and we are grateful for the many staff and students who helped make Worcester County Public Schools such a special place to grow and learn. We look forward to continuing all of these recognitions and celebrations next school year with even more outstanding individuals when the program resumes in September. And now we're going to turn it over to Carrie. We're going to turn it over to Carrie.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Good afternoon. Today, we are proud to recognize and celebrate our outgoing student representatives to the Board of Education. As you've heard, they have served as thoughtful voices for their peers, provided valuable insight, and demonstrated outstanding leadership throughout this school year. So first, we're going to go in reverse order from what we normally do for our board meeting. So first, we're going to have Sophia come on up from Decatur High School. Now, just sharing a little bit about her post-secondary plans, Sophia is planning to attend Clemson University to study business and plans to pursue a career in social corporate responsibility. Congratulations, Sophia, and don't go far because we'll do a group photo. Next, we'd like to recognize Cash Von Marsh from Snow Hill High School. Cash is planning to attend Penn State University this fall, where he plans to major in accounting with a minor in chemistry before pursuing law school and a career in transaction advisory services, which I'm going to have to learn what that is, as well as mergers and acquisitions law. Congratulations, Cash. And finally, last but certainly not least, we are inviting Kanye Reed from Pocomoke High School to join us. Kanye will attend the University of Maryland Eastern Shore to study agricultural education and extension with a specialization in plant sciences. His goal is to become a master gardener and extension agent. Let's have all three of you come back up for a group photo. And on behalf of the Board of Education, Mrs. Cusack, and myself, we want to thank you all for your service, dedication, and leadership. Congratulations on your upcoming graduations next week, and we wish you all continued success in all that lies ahead.
All right, I'm going to start out with Mr. Paul Becker, who I believe has an athletic award, and then we'll go from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you one of our Pocomoke High School swimmers. His name is Gavin Grace. Over the years at Pocomoke High School, he's had multiple coaches where we're a small school. He's had Susan Redden, Mary Kay Corbin, Megan Hutchison, and most recently me at the end of his high school career. However, the most important person, in my opinion, is his personal coach, Mr. Mark Brown. He put in the time and effort to help this young man be very successful. So, I'd like to give you some of his accomplishments over the 4 years. He's a four-time All-Bayside selection, first team. He was 14th in the States in the 200 his sophomore year, 21st place at States for the 100 in his junior year, and this was against, at the time, 1, 2, 3A schools at the region in the state. He placed third in the free also at Baysides. He's had 2 6th place finishes in the 100 free in his sophomore and junior years. 4th place in the Bayside for the 50 freestyle, 4th place at regionals for the 50 freestyle, 6th place at regionals for the 100 freestyle. Now, after he graduates, he's already enlisted in the United States Navy to serve his country in the field of nuclear science and engineering. A special note, in his high school career, he has had 100% attendance. Not missed a day. I'd also like to mention another person in this room. It's his mother, Amber. She is his biggest supporter. It takes parents, family members, teachers, admin to keep these student athletes successful at all levels through high school and then even after they graduate. Ladies and gentlemen, Gavin Grace.
All right, our next recognition, I'm going to bring up Ms. Gretchen Wallace, who is going to share some national FBA competition results and give some students some recognition. So I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Wallace. I'm the advisor for FBLA at Pocomoke High School. I'm honored today to share with you 4 students from our school who competed and qualified for the national competition, the national FBLA competition that will be held the last week in June in San Antonio, Texas. I told the students the first week of school this year that the theme of Maryland FBLA was Make Your Mark. And I said, guys, we've never had a state champion, and that's going to be our goal this year. We're going to aim high. I said, this is our 3rd year competing, and I believe that we can do it. And I'm very honored and blessed to tell you that that's what we did. Gio Palombi is our first ever state champion for Maryland FBLA. He finished 1st in technology support and services. He wasn't able to be here today due to a previous family commitment. However, his state champion banner will hang in the halls of Pocomoke High School forever. So we're very thankful for him. And he's graduating, so we're going to miss his dedication. Fiona Gu placed 2nd in supply chain management. This is her 3rd year qualifying for nationals. She's qualified every year that we've competed. She's also been our chapter president, our chapter vice president, and even ran for Maryland State FBLA office. She has been integral in taking our chapter to the next level, and we're going to miss her because she's graduating as well. So thank you, Fiona. The next 2 that qualified touched me in a personal way. I've been very open and honest with my students about how hard public speaking is and how I've struggled with it in the past. But I never want my students to have that same fear. So I encourage them to go into public speaking knowing how hard it is. And this year at the Maryland competition, the enrollment nearly doubled. Over 3,800 students came to compete. And so the competition was fierce and the stakes were high. And they only call the top 4 spots to the stage. So in the entire state of Maryland, the top 4 spots for public speaking, and 2 of them were from our little school of Pocomoke High. So I'm very thankful. Audrey Pham placed 3rd. She's competing at states and outdoor track today, so she's not with us. But Savannah Pittis placed 2nd. These young ladies have had a chance to use their public speaking skills outside of FBLA. Last year, Audrey Pham gave a speech and won Miss Pocomoke 2025, and just recently, Savannah Pittis gave a speech and won Miss Pocomoke 2026. I'm very thankful for the leadership skills that FBLA gives students in and outside the classroom. So we go to compete in June, the last week in June, so please pray for us as we travel. We look forward to competing at the national level and representing Pocomoke High School and Worcester County Public Schools. Thank you.
Brenda's going to come up, but I think Tamara Mills can't be here today, so you can stand here beside me. So Brenna is going to be, I guess you're going to be Tamara today. But I felt like these awards that we're getting ready to give, we spend a lot of time giving sports recognitions, which I love because I'm a former athlete. You would never know it by looking at me now. But if you went to Snow Hill High School, I got a couple banners there that I was a part of those teams. But one of my goals as superintendent was really to make sure that we were highlighting all students, including our athletes, but as well as making sure that we were uplifting the arts, and then also the awards that you saw earlier, make sure that we're uplifting all of our students and recognizing all of our students. So I think Brenda will do a wonderful job as a stand-in for Tamara, but I did think the students that were getting recognized also deserve some superintendent comments, and the teachers who are here representing all of the students who are being recognized for a variety of different arts today, the superintendent's art collection, and then also music and art recognitions. But I certainly felt like you'll do a wonderful stand-in, but I just wanted to give you guys a plug because the arts are amazing and they lift us up.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenna Como. I am the choir director at Stephen Decatur Middle School, and I am presenting on behalf of Tamara Mills, coordinator of Fine and Performing Arts. She's not able to be here today. She's very sad to miss this day, as it's one of her favorite days of the year where we're able to recognize all of our art students and our performing arts students and musicians. Board, thank you for this opportunity. And families, thank you for being here and your support of these incredible young people. I would like to begin by recognizing our 4 high school visual artists whose work will adorn the walls behind you for the next year. These artists have created watercolor, digital, print, and colored pencil masterpieces, which will now become part of our superintendent's art collection. Got it. Oh, fantastic. First, I'd like to introduce Janet Cho, art teacher at Pocomoke High School. Her artist, Abigail Windsor, created this wonderful watercolor portrait. Would you like to say anything?
I'm Ms. Cho, the art teacher at Pocomoke High School, and I'm happy to introduce my student, Abigail Windsor. She is in 12th grade, and I've had the pleasure of teaching her for the past 3 years. So this project, she did a self-portrait inspired by comic art, and she used watercolor and a thin point marker.
Congratulations, Abigail. Second, I'd like to introduce Ms. Heather Reiser, one of the art teachers at Stephen Decatur High School. Her artist, Conan Geiger, created this wonderful print. Ms. Reiser, do you want to say anything? I can grab it.
Hi, my name's Heather Reiser. I'm one of the art teachers at Stephen Decatur High School, and I have Conan in my Art 2 class this year, and Conan has been so great to have. He's so talented. He really excels at pen and ink and does a lot of work on his own at home, but this is a reduction block print that he did, and it's hard to explain this process until you do it, and the kids are like, they have that aha moment. And he did an edition of 5 of these prints, and what we love about this one is that the different layers of color show through, and you can really see the process, and he just did a great job. Did a really nice job, so thank you.
Congratulations, Conan. Next, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Monica Forrester, art teacher at Snow Hill High School. Her artist, Matthew Age, created this wonderful colored pencil rendering.
Thank you. Matthew is in my Art 2 class, and the assignment was to use some chart material, and he had to choose his topic, what he wanted to put on this chart, and he chose a section of the chart that had Chesapeake Bay, and he chose to do the crab. This is all done with colored pencil, and he did a wonderful job. He did, however, want to stop at the claw, and I said, no, you have to keep going. So, wonderful, wonderful piece.
Congratulations, Matthew. Finally, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Alex Sosa, the interactive media production teacher at Worcester Technical High School. This year is the first year we are including Worcester Tech in the superintendent's collection. We are excited to include them. Her artist, Colin O'Brien, created this very creative, surreal piece of digital art. Ms. Sosa, would you like to say?
Hi, I'm Alex Sosa. I'm the interactive media and production teacher at Worcester Tech High School. We're very honored that we were included in the superintendent's collection because though it's not traditional art, it's still visual art. And Colin, he's actually a freshman. He's in his first class with me, but right away I saw the promise in him because he's extremely creative. He is a very quick artist, which is great in our industry. And a lot of times high schoolers, and when I used to teach traditional art, they focus on realistic. They want to have it look exactly as it is real. But the bigger challenge and like the greater thing to do is to be like, I'm going to make something more creative and more abstract, which is a surrealist piece. So I was really proud of him for his creativity, thinking outside the box, and so I can't wait to have him again. I get to have him 4 classes in my program, so that's awesome. And I hope that he goes into something in the interactive media world because he has a lot of promise. So thank you.
Wow. Very surreal.
Congratulations, Conan. Now on to our music celebrations. Each year we have many students recognized for their outstanding talent, skill, and hard work in choir and instrumental music. These students have auditioned for and been recognized by such organizations as the Eastern Shore Band and Choral Directors Association, MSDE, and MMEA, the Maryland Music Educators Association. First up, we want to introduce our youngest honorees who were selected for the Maryland State 5th and 6th grade demonstration choir under the direction of Mrs. Julie Mills at Berlin Intermediate School. Ava Baines, Aaliyah Douglas, Leah Lugassi, and Madeline Moreno. Next, we will introduce our junior all-shore choir. These students are in 6th through 8th grade. Under the direction of Mrs. Julie Mills at BIS, Bella Bruckner, Claire Hamilton, Emily Wilkerson, and Francesca Zollinger. Under the direction of myself at Stephen Decatur Middle School, Trip Bledsoe, Anissa Demo, Ariel Helms, Maria Iliano, and Piper Smith, who could not be here. And finally, under the direction of Christine Bradford from Snow Hill Middle School, Susanna Allen, Nathan Shockley, and Laura White. Miss Bradford is sorry she's not able to be here today.
Sure can. We're gonna, as we have our next group of artists, performers entering the room, and they will be entering the room soon. I will remind parents that we do put all of our photos up in our photo albums online. So if you get home and your photo wasn't as good as you thought it might be, our pro photographer, Ms. Steers, will have all of them lift there, and you can take them for free. You don't have to pay anything. So here we are with the esteemed Mr. Lee.
Next, we will introduce or celebrate our junior All-Shore Band musicians. These students are also from 6th through 8th grade, under the direction of Mr. Michael Devine from Pocomoke Middle, Audrey Clayton, and Owen Clayton. Under the direction of Miss Caitlin Hetland from Stephen Decatur Middle School, Evan Werner. And under the direction of Mr. Rodney Lee from Snow Hill Middle, Durant Brunson, Samantha Gordon, and Vaughn Jarman. Moving on to our high school music recognitions. We would like to recognize those musicians who scored excellent or superior at District 5 Solo and Ensemble Festival. Under the direction of Mr. Bill Williams at Pocomoke High School, Kamari Abbott, Virginia Adkins, Tyler Beach, Skylar Borum, Curtis Broadwater, Zane Brown, Liam Buchanan, Jaden Chandler, Aiden Cornwell, Saji Elena, Amanda Gu, Fiona Gu, Kiaja Langford, Jessica Liu, Owen Long, Taylor Merritt, Bryson Pendleton, Josiah Sessoms, Jamal Smack, Tyrell Topping, and Amelia Webster. Also from Pocomoke, in the choral world, under the direction of Miss Jenny Hudson, April DeShiel, Jasmine DeShiel, Renaya Hunter, and Anaya Pittman. Under the direction of James McKenzie from Stephen Decatur High School, we have Ruth Albin, Willow Hendricks, and Hunter Hudson. And finally, under the direction of Mr. Brad Krause from Snow Hill High School, Dalton Tingle, and Miles Martin. Mr. Krause is sorry he's not here as he's at the state track meet. And apparently Miles might also be at the state track meet as he is currently the regional shot put champion. One of the most valuable learning experiences that instrumental musicians can participate is in training at one of the regional university otter bands. This takes a great deal of hard work and commitment. This year, we had many students qualify and attend. From Pocomoke High School, Tyler Beach, West Virginia University, Curtis Broadwater, Towson University, April DeShiel, Towson University, Fiona Gu, West Virginia and Towson, Jessica Liu, West Virginia and Towson, Josiah Sessoms, West Virginia, and Kennedy Sneed, West Virginia. From Stephen Decatur High School, Ruth Albin at James Madison University, Hallie Balasone, James Madison, and Hunter Hudson, James Madison. From Snow Hill High School, Sophia Anthus, James Madison, West Virginia, and Towson. Miles Martin, James Madison, West Virginia, and Towson. Emmett Taylor, James Madison, and Dalton Tingle, James Madison, West Virginia, and Towson University. Next, we will be recognizing the All Shore Senior High School Choir honorees. Under the direction of Mrs. Jenny Hudson from Pocomoke High School, April DeShiel, Jasmine DeShiel, Trayshawn Davis, Renaya Hunter, Anaya Pittman, Emily Scorbach, Lamanda Smith, and Heathen Traw. Under the direction of Mrs. Kelly Klein from Snow Hill High School, we have Dalton Tingle and Caroline Burgess. Under the direction of Mr. John Gross from Stephen Decatur High School, we have Melanie Burrows, Bradley Cooksey, Adelaide Dawkins, Anna Hickman, Zoe Kohler, Alex Pouchon, Zoe Prestis, and Kyler Risser and Tatum Smith. Next, we will be recognizing the All Shore Senior High School Band honorees. Under the direction of Mr. Bill Williams at Pocomoke High School, we have Aiden Cornwell and Fiona Gu. Under the direction of Mr. James McKenzie at Stephen Decatur High School, Ruth Albin, Katrina Donmoyer, Willow Hendricks, and Hunter Hudson. Under the direction of Mr. Brad Krause from Snow Hill High School, Sophia Anthos, Miles Martin, and Dalton Tingle. Our most prestigious awards and hardest to earn are the Maryland All-State Awards. We had one student who qualified for All-State Band, and that is Dalton Tingle from Snow Hill High School. 3 students were selected for the Maryland All-State Senior Choir and Maryland All-State Treble Choir. They are April DeShiel from Pocomoke High School for Treble Choir, Adelaide Dawkins from Stephen Decatur High School for Senior Choir, and Renaya Hunter, also from Pocomoke High School for Senior Choir. Congratulations again to all of our young people and all of their hard work and talent. And once again, board members and executive team, thank you for supporting the arts in Worcester County. It is wonderful to see so many students shine. And families, thank you, and please continue to support your students' artistic endeavors. It means the world to them and us as their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you again, Brenna, for filling in. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Tony Bevilacqua, who is going to introduce one of the legends in Worcester County Public Schools and all of the red coats. And you can see that I've been trying to get my red coat for a while, and I brought my own red coat today. So I've given up on the Skills USA one, but I did bring this red one for today.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm traveling with my very talented Skills USA advisors, Denise Costin, Mary Miller, Crystal Bunting, Philip Cropper, April Powell, and our phenomenal group of students who are led by the one and only Rick Stevens. I'm going to turn the mic over. We're going to recognize these wonderful students.
Thank you, Mr. Bevilacqua, and thank you all for having us here. We appreciate it. I am giving you a little warning. We do have kids that are doing states for different sports and stuff, and some seniors that have some things. But I'll tell you, we're going to announce them, but I'll tell you if they're not here, if you don't mind. We're going to start out with third place. First of all, I'd like to, before I do that, I want to stop now and say thank you. Thank you to the parents, thank you to our administration, and for all that you do, because I always forget that in the end, and I shouldn't. So here we go. First up, third place in action skills, Max Jacobs. Next 4 are not here. It's Quiz Bowl, Alyssa Jeffers, Myers, Martin, Luca Godarli, and Samuel Herney. But they won third place. Also third place, he's playing baseball because Decatur moved on. Yay. Mason Edelman for welding sculpture. Next up, second place in automotive service technology, Jasper Ridgely. Real quick, Skills USA is usually, when we go to nationals to compete, it's usually the last full week of June. But because of the soccer, we've been moved up to a week from now. So we go May 31st. Because of that, some of the competitors have dropped. And so since he was second place, the first place dropped, he's going to go represent Worcester County in Maryland. Next contest, Career Pathways. All 3 of these are not here. They're seniors. Tucker Knock, Lydia Serrano, and Christina Esch. Next, second place, Crime CSI. Cameron Andrews, Nora Ladinsky, and Paige Windsor. Once again, they're not here. Next contest is second place, Mobile Robotics, Colton Federai, and Lee Holmes. Second place, Related Technical Math, Micah Hill. And second place, Technical Computer Application, Victor Roars. Second place, Web Design, and they will also be going to nationals as second place winners, Hunter Hudson and Cash Johnson. They're not here. That's second and third, Mr. Bevilacqua. You want to do a picture real quick?
Yes.
While we're clearing, just want to let you know we took 66 kids to states in 36 different contests. 61% of our kids were in the top 3 of the state of Maryland. No other county can say that. We're very proud of them. Okay, moving on to first place. All the next students that will be announced will be going to Atlanta to compete against their peers from across the country. First place, this is our outgoing 2025 Skills USA, 25-26 Skills USA Maryland State President. And also she competed in a first ever contest called Career and Technical Educator, and she won first place. Sydney Wade. This next contest is called Community Service. The Community Service Project, we built a burn house for the fire school for them to use for training. It was awesome. We have a team of 3, Giovanni Palabi, Liam Wolf, and David Riddleberger, who is the one that built the house. Next up, I believe he's not here, but first place, George Eggers for computer programming. Next up, Jessica Liu for medical math, second time going for the state of Maryland, winning first place, came in 5th in nationals last year. Next up, we are the only school in the state of Maryland that does middle school. Thank you, Ms. Miller. And so we have Mobile Robotics Middle School, Kyle Petrov and Connor Schoof. Next up is Occupational Health and Safety Contest. All 3 are not here right now. Harper Hastings, Amelia Harper, and Kaylee Rathel. Next up is Robotics and Automation Technology. Again, second year winning first place in the state. Nadish Gupta and Daniel Cott. Next up is Robotics Urban Search and Rescue High School. Katrina Donmore and Max McGuire. This is Katrina's 3rd year going. She started out in the middle school. Next up, Middle School Urban Search and Rescue, Travis Sherrar and Mira Emmerich. Last year placed first, again this year, and we're in the top 10 last year at Nationals. The next contest is a contest called Teamworks. We have a plumber, a mason, a carpenter, and an electrician. This is our 2nd year winning first place to go to Nationals. Aiden Parks, Caleb Butler, Tyler McPherson, and Jacoby Akaraz Marino. Also, we have a national voting delegate going with us to Nationals to represent not only Worcester County, but the state of Maryland. She was unable to make it. Kaylee Denston. Also recognizing this year, she was unable to be here. This is our 43rd consecutive year that we have had a state officer representing Maryland and Worcester County. Alyssa Jeffers will be our state officer. We'll go ahead and get first place. Our next award, each year the state of Maryland chooses Advisors of the Year. This year we're very proud to have a representative from our county. She was a student at one time, many years ago. I won't say how old you are, just tell us how old I am. She serves on the Skills USA Maryland State Board of Directors as the treasurer, and we're very proud of April Powell, Advisor of the Year. Each year, Skills USA sponsors a program called Chapter of Excellence. To do that, you have to have the whole group is involved in it. The students are involved in it, the advisors and the administration. This year we did the Chapter Excellence. We started out, we won a gold with the state of Maryland. It's one of our awards. The next award was we won a national gold award for our Chapter Excellence program that we did. Not only that, we went even further this year. We won a national gold chapter of distinction for Worcester Tech. So we're very proud of that. And so we will be represented out at nationals for that.
Everybody gets one.
Mr. Stevens, stay up here for a second because Mr. Ferrante might also want to say something. This gentleman is retiring at the end of this year. And so I don't know all the history of Skills, but I do know that he could have been there from the beginning. I'm not sure. But regardless of that, Skills USA is today what it is because of this gentleman right here. And so let's give it up. Hopefully not one last time, but maybe one last time for Mr. Rick Stevens. And I don't know if Mr. Ferrante.
Rick, I just want to say on behalf of the board, a lot of the students benefited from your leadership, and I know that they are going to miss you as we are. I mean, Skills USA at Worcester County would not be what it is today if it wasn't for Rick Stevens. And so we're going to miss you. We wish you a lot of success in your retirement, but we hope you won't go too far away. Okay?
That's it, I guess.
Board, before we move forward today, take a brief 5 to 10 recess, and we will resume in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Why do you always look at me? Both of you looked at me. Don't look at me. Gee.
That's rough, Dr. Andes.
They always look at me.
Okay, thank you very much for the recess. We are back with you, and we have arrived at public comment on individual. All individuals who sign up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, commendations, or concerns, which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed during open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address for the record. I don't see anyone on the list, but I'm going to ask anyone in the audience, would they like to speak today? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward. And now I hope all the board members have had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to have any item pulled from the consent agenda for discussion? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion and a second to approve today's consent agenda. Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, unanimous. Moving on. Now I'm going to turn it over the monthly financial report. That's included. Minutes. That's included. Okay. Now we are at the 7.3, the RTU replacement. That's also in the consent agenda, excuse me. And now we're at number 8, right? Which, Dr. Record, I'm going to turn it over to him for the curriculum instruction report.
All right, thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Kyle Wheatley, who is a member of the Educational Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the EAC. And as you know, it is our process to have monthly meetings with the Worcester Teachers Association and school leadership as well as board leadership from the executive level. And part of that is every year, based on those meetings and coordination, communication, collaboration, we also present to the board. So it is our pleasure to bring to you Mr. Wheatley, who will go over the presentation and the synopsis of the EAC Education Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wheatley. If you'll pull that mic close to you and speak into the mic for us so our live stream can hear it, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
While he is connecting, I'm going to put Mr. Wheatley on the spot. If you're thinking to yourself, gosh, this guy looks familiar, he is a teacher at Snow Hill High School, primarily a chemistry teacher. And if you're thinking, but I think I know him more, he was also Snow Hill High School's commencement speaker last year. And he's also, outside of his teaching responsibilities, he's also a proud father. Mr. Wheatley, I can go into your undergrad, or we can wait patiently. Either one would be acceptable.
Start from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what your... There it is. MVP. 31377. Got it. Should be a PDF. Okay. Hello. Thank you all for having me. Dr. Reckert asked me in September, I believe, to join the EAC. I had no idea what I was getting into, but I am a relatively agreeable person, so I agreed to join the committee. Thank you. So as Dr. Reckert said, the EAC is a program to bring teachers from across the school district to discuss and make recommendations for the Board of Ed and the Worcester County Teacher Association. You can go to the next one, please. So we do have quite a few teachers from around the school district. So we've got Snow Hill representation, as well as Decatur Middle School, who Brenna, I think, has left, but was in here as well. And then, next one before we leave. So the entire purpose of the EAC is to bring together people appointed by the superintendent, as well as the Teachers Association, to just discuss recommendations and changes that we would like to see, how things are going, and just to further make our school district great. And then we would meet monthly, we would meet over Teams, and be able to email Ms. Redden some information that we would like to discuss during that meeting. And the meetings would be about an hour, where we would all be able to bounce ideas off each other, and if there were any issues, specific issues, we could have them addressed. Thank you. So the entire purpose is to just create a dialogue between the Teacher Association Board and the actual teachers that are in the schools. And then if you go to the next one for me, please, Mrs. Steers. In here is a long laundry list of the things that we have discussed. Our topics this year included safety, calendar and schedules, materials and materials of instruction, material purchasing, teacher and substitute recruitment and retention, as well as many other issues. Here we see the safety protocols, the virtual day procedures, which we know needed them desperately this year, and school calendar scheduling, talking about how the calendar is actually made up and voted on and put out to the county, as well as COMAR requirements, PLCs, student social media policy, and trying to get ahead of any of the potential issues that we may see in the county. Thank you. And then we did have some coordinator presentations, specifically by Mr. Brian Phillips, or Dr. Phillips, who talked about the new teacher program at the beginning of the school year to help support new teachers and integrate them into the school district. Ms. McDowell talked about the Senate Bill 425, which is the more learning, less testing, to try to make sure that our students are learning and not spending all day in the testing, and making sure the testing that we use is effective. And then Bess Cropper and Wendy Phillips talked special education ed updates, which was very helpful. And then next year, we will obviously continue with this and add to it. You guys have any questions?
Board members have any questions? Mr. Wheatley? Yes, Ms. McCombs?
Any topic that really ended up being in front of the...
We discussed many things. There was nothing really contentious.
Okay.
A lot of us were on the same page for most of, the things, yes, obviously. It was, a lot of it was more sense-making and planning on how to, there was nothing where Dr. Record said, yeah, this is not an issue, and anyone else disagreed, kind of thing. It was, we were all on the same page, on the same team. So, yeah.
In your discussion of the school calendar, I've heard comments that they had the sample calendars came out this year, and people voted on them, and then the calendar that was approved was not like either one of those three. Any of that discussion in your group?
It was more so because we are not the calendar committee or part of that. It was more so of the teachers that were a part of the committee kind of trying to figure out where the board stood on how it was decided on. The public voting and commenting didn't come up too much. It was more so a, how is this, how did we get here? And this was like just kind of a fact-finding thing for us, really.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just
Ms.
overall in general, like all the topics, whatever they were, is that going to be brought to us in like a synopsis or an overview, or is like this is what we did, but don't really have any like intel on what was talked about and what was said? Is that coming in like a paper or an email or?
No, this is your opportunity to ask them about the topics that were listed. So they meet every month. The agendas are typically a whole page long of all the things that they discuss. So now would be the time, if you had any questions, and we could put those slides back up around specifically what they talked about. But we have this presentation every year. It's the job of the EAC. It's one of the roles, and I believe it's defined in the contract, and that the EAC will come before the board and share the topics that were discussed in the last year. So no topics that were discussed weren't solved before they left that committee, or he would be saying, these are the 5 things that we couldn't come to an agreement about, or we didn't like, or we never could see eye to eye on.
I would just ask or recommend, because it's hard to look at these slides when they're going that fast, one, even read everything on it before the next one, or ask a question on each of them. So I would just ask that maybe moving forward, there is, they could do some due diligence, with your instruction on that side to just, put some notes, hand us some notes, when you have I'm sure you have notes on the meetings. I would like to read through them to see what they talked about more than, if I have to ask a question right now, I'm gonna ask about school safety and what was said about school safety, but I would love to know what was kind of brought up at all the other topics, which I'm not gonna ask him to tell every single one right now.
Well, the board could have a discussion with the Teachers Association or direct me to have a conversation, because the way that this is set up, there's a specific way that they're supposed to report back, but we could talk and ask them if they would be willing to. But I will say, as I believe there's at least 2 pages of topics, so we only visit one time, or 3 maybe pages. Yeah, it also is, and I know all of you look over your packets when you get it, but it is also, that's the purpose of giving you guys that a few days in advance. But if you guys wish to have something more comprehensive, we may want to discuss doing it more than at the end of the school year, because it was it's a lot of topics. Some of them are defined by the more teaching, more learning, less teaching. That's a Senate bill that we have to do specifically. So some of these they have to talk about, but others are just challenges.
We see our packets, and I could see school safety, but I have no idea what they actually talked about right now.
Right.
I would just ask for that, or yes.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll make sure that next time we'll bring notes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No,
Mr.
I'd just like to thank
Dr.
Mr. Wheatley. I think this is other duties as assigned with no extra pay, so I thank you for your service on the committee, and I thank all the members for their service on the committee. Most importantly, thank you for being a teacher.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Again, thank you. We
course.
appreciate you coming down and talking to us.
Thank you.
Sharing
Happy
your,
to be here.
Yes, thank you.
That was an information item, so Mr. Ferrante, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Recker. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert to begin administrative and fiscal operations.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bronte, thank you. The first item we have today is personnel actions submitted to the board for their review and approval today. Under new hires, Ella Abrams, teacher, ELA, Stephen Decatur Middle School, Keith Bailey, teacher, special education, Berlin Intermediate School, Jennifer Butler, educational assistant, pre-K 4, grant funded, Shaw Elementary School, Taylor Callahan, teacher, elementary, Berlin Intermediate School, Elizabeth Finch, assistant principal, Pocomoke High School, Joshua George, educational assistant, Snow High School, Isabella Hoffman, educational assistant, Ocean City Elementary School, Kristen Holloway, educational assistant, Shaw Elementary School, Amelia Jacobs, teacher, elementary, Pocomoke Elementary School, Paul Cohen, custodial 2, Stephen Decatur High School, Kelly Marcus, teacher, elementary, Shaw Elementary School, Maggie McMillan, teacher, elementary, Snow Middle School, Michaela Murr, assistant principal, Snow Elementary School, Sophia Perales, teacher, art, Pocomoke Middle School, Kendall Rakes, teacher, elementary, Pocomoke Elementary School, Wendy Roach, teacher, ILA, Pocomoke Middle School, Sarah Ware, speech pathologist, 208 at Cedar Chapel Special School, Erica Wheeler, a float nurse, 12-month, central office. Under separations, C. Dwayne Apt, Chief Operations and Human Resource Officer, Central Office. Robert Boyce, Assistant Principal, Pocomoke Middle School. Thomas C. Bunning, Assistant Principal, Stephen Decatur High School. Denise Carroll, Educational Assistant, Ocean City Elementary School. Kalisha Connor, Educational Assistant, Stone Hill Middle School. Amanda Fairman, Teacher, Elementary, Berlin Intermediate School. Olivia Hirschfield, Teacher, Elementary, Pocomoke Elementary School. Christina Kelsey, Teacher, Math at Pocomoke Middle School. Lindsay Kolonkeski, Teacher, Elementary, Shaw Elementary School. Mackenzie Labertson, Behavior Technician, Pocomoke Elementary School. Jordan Misla, Teacher, ELA, Stone Hill Middle School. Marjorie Shano DeCola, Teacher, Social Studies, Stephen Decatur Middle School. Linda Shockley, Educational Assistant, Bus Aide, Cedar Chapel Special School. Lane Stokes, Teacher, Art, Stone Hill Middle School. Under promotions, Roxanne Long, School Counselor, Buckingham Elementary School. Madison Markland, Teacher, Grade 6 Math at Pocomoke Middle School. Ashley Miller, Assistant Principal, Buckingham Elementary School. Caitlin Peters, Teacher, Special Education at Ocean City Elementary School. Jody Popolowski, Literacy Coach, 198 at Shaw Elementary School. Michael Todd, Teacher, Elementary, Stone Middle School. Also, other announcements. This does not require board action. These are mostly transfers. Kristen Cashman, Assistant Principal at Pocomoke Middle School. Laverne Cray, Assistant Principal at Snow High School. Leah James, Assistant Principal at Snow High School. Lauren McGinnis, Assistant Principal at Stephen Decatur High School. Brian Phillips, Assistant Principal at Worcester Technical High School. And Jennifer Sills, Interim Chief Academic Officer, Pre-K through 8. And Caleb Wilson, Interim Coordinator of Instruction for Science, Central Office. Those are for your board's consideration and approval. The superintendent recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Are there any questions for Mr. Tolbert regarding this personnel exhibit? Board? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second to approve today's personnel exhibit as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes
Second.
and a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace. She wants to make a few comments.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I just wanted to take the opportunity, this person is no stranger to us, but I did want to take the opportunity for the board to welcome Ms. Jen Sills as our interim assistant superintendent. She brings a wealth of knowledge. She brings a skill set in dealing with people and topics that is second to none. She has fit right in on our team. I don't know, are we on week 3? She says she's going to come back the next day every day, so I feel like it's a win. And I want to thank her family, her husband George, and her boys are in the audience, and so I want to thank them for lending your mom and your wife to us, because I know she's had to put in a lot of extra hours. Unfortunately, she came in at the busiest time of the year for us, so I promised her it wouldn't always be like this, but she said she has a great family behind her, and without you guys, she shared with me she wouldn't be able to do what she's doing today. So I want to thank her family, and I want to thank her for just being an all-around outstanding human being in addition to our team, because she has been nothing but wonderful for the last 3 weeks. So we'll keep hoping. She keeps telling me she's going to come back tomorrow.
And I'll just, yes. And I'll just pile on a little bit since I've been here. I know what Ms. Sills has brought to her previous role, and it has been second to none. She does an outstanding job. We're happy to have her here and joining us today, and we look forward to working with you, and we appreciate your contribution. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we're going to discuss the school board meeting dates for our future calendar, and I'm going to turn that back over to Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, Mr. Ferrante. Every year at this time, the board adopts their proposed meeting schedule for next year. The one you have in front of you is very similar to prior years. It's usually on the third Tuesday of the month, as you know. The month of July is the second Tuesday because we moved that up for hiring purposes a few years ago. And October is actually the second Tuesday because of some MABE meetings that conflict with that, so we moved that meeting date. And there is a budget input meeting that takes place on Tuesday evening, December 1st. Other than that, they're on the third Tuesday of the month.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Board, any recommendations? Go ahead. Yeah, October is a Wednesday?
I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. Board, any recommendations, any suggestions? I know that in the past, we've continued with our, we have a couple of night meetings scheduled a year. Remember that in December, we have a budget hearing, which is also a night meeting. So that would give us the previous schedule we had last year added one meeting. I do know I've talked to the superintendent, and as I've been here every meeting and not missed one, I know that sometimes our night meetings have not been as well attended as our day meetings, primarily because obviously recognitions, we have more families here during the day. However, I think it's important that we continue to have some night meetings so that people can come and spend some time in the evening when they'd like to address the board. So I'd like to reach out to my board members to ask if they have any suggestions.
I do. I understand that the budget meeting will be a night meeting, but that's already a really long meeting when all the principals and everybody's coming here. I would recommend that we have an extra night meeting in March or April, just so there's something other than the night where it's already kind of jam-packed with a lot of speaking, just so there's
So
one
you're
more.
saying add one night meeting in April?
March or April, I think either of those months after.
I think April, Ms. Scullop, is a recognition month, I believe. So I think March would be better suited for that.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Any other suggestions, board members? Okay, so we're going to make March 16th will be a night meeting, and of course, we do have a budget hearing in December, which is also a night meeting, which we do take public comment at. So for the calendar as it stands, we have March 16th, Tuesday, 2027 as a night meeting, and we have our December meeting, which is the Tuesday, December 1st, which will also be a night meeting. And if that's okay with the board, I need a motion and a second to approve.
Motions.
I have a motion by Mrs. Cutlip. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Okay. And now, I'm going to come to 9.3, correspondence for the Board of Education from the County Commissioners requesting the board to explore and consider an exploratory feasibility study related to the possibility of consolidating both Snow Hill and Pocomoke High School. And we had received this request from the County Commissioners, and I'd asked Dr. Wallace and her team to go ahead and look into this request, and I'll turn the floor over to her to speak about it.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Before you can see a sample draft that I've drafted for you all to look over. The first paragraph sort of the first and second paragraph address the asks. Then when you get into the third paragraph, that talks about all right. And then the first paragraph speaks to consolidating an elementary school and middle school. And if we were to consider consolidation of our elementary or middle schools, that would result in school populations exceeding 800, probably closer to 900 students. And that is not a model in Worcester County that we have in any elementary school. So my suggestion there is, based on our research and experience, is that as an elementary setting of that size would not be conducive to learning in Worcester County Public Schools. And at the elementary level, we wouldn't experience as much cost savings as you do at, for example, our high schools, because that's where we see the significant difference in cost. Because at an elementary school, you have your classes, and those are students are divvied up according to the teachers and class sizes, and they sort of stay with those folks all day. So there's not going to be any really financial gain there, I don't suspect, but specifically, I could not make a recommendation of having elementary schools of 800 to 900 students in our district. And then secondly, there could be a potential cost savings if the commissioners were to consolidate our high schools. So we just worked out a simple mathematical formula there. It would be approximately $13,947 for a student population of 780. That is a comparison based on if we consolidated Snow Hill and Pocomoke, there would be a high school that would still be about half the size of Stephen Decatur High School. So we're not going to get the financial benefits. So I showed that you would get at a school as large as Decatur. So what we did was a cost estimate of really somewhere in the middle between what our two small schools were and then what Stephen Decatur High School was, because that's the approximate number of students there, which would result in a possible savings of $2.8 million a year in a $52 million budget. However, that would not take into account substantial capital costs that would be associated with requiring land, constructing a new facility, and expanding the infrastructure, because specifically at a high school, you have those costs of athletic fields. Neither of those two sites have the possibility of that many students, so we would be talking about all of those sorts of things. I will say, as a superintendent of Worcester County Public Schools, I am strongly against consolidating our schools. As a former Snow Hill High School student, as a former Decatur High School teacher, and as a former principal and assistant principal of Pocomoke High School, each of our three areas are distinct. They are strong communities, all three of them, and I think that those communities, we should respect the identity of a community. The strength of a community is not decided by the size of that community. So those two communities should not lose their identity just because they're a little bit smaller. And I do believe our school community is in support of that. So this letter does capture that at the end as well. And if the commissioners wish to have a further study done, that would cost money. This is an approximation of the cost savings. But if they wish, that's in the letter as well, if they wish to have something more, then perhaps we would get some funding to do a bigger study that would give us more specifics.
Board members have any questions for Dr. Wallace? Dr. Andes, I see yours.
No, I don't have any questions, Mr. Ferrante, and thank you, Dr. Wallace, for that overview. I served as superintendent of schools in Worcester County from 1996 to 2012 for 16 years. As my understanding, when Ocean City High School and Buckingham were consolidated way back in the 50s to build Stephen Decatur High School, there was some cost savings involved in that at that point in time. And incidentally, Ocean City High School still exists. It's now City Hall in Ocean City. That used to be the high school. That was well before my time, but that's the history as I understand it. After we renovated Stephen Decatur High School, I believe the time period was from somewhere 1998 to 2001, sometime in that time period. And then we started to look at Pocomoke and Snow Hill High Schools in terms of renovation. For a very brief moment, there was a conversation about why don't we consolidate the two schools. It was a very brief conversation because at that time, both communities stood up and said, no, we want our own high school. So as a result, we did Pocomoke High School first in the renovation in the building you see today. And I can't remember the time period it was, but it was in the early 2000s. And then we did Snow Hill High School after that. And that was because the community stepped up and said they wanted it done. Incidentally, why did we do Pocomoke first and Snow Hill second? Because the roof on the old Pocomoke High School was older than the roof on Snow Hill High School at the time. And that's the way we did it. Also during that time period, we built and opened Worcester Technical High School in 2008. And there was a brief rumor at the time that we were building Worcester Technical High School to become a Southern high school, and that we were going to close Pocomoke and Snow Hill High Schools and bring everybody out to Worcester Tech. I spent a lot of time convincing people that was not what we intended to do, because individuals who were not entirely supportive of Worcester Tech started to address that rumor. And that took a while to have everyone understand that Worcester Tech was going to be Worcester Tech, and we were going to do Pocomoke and Snow Hill. So where we are today, we have Pocomoke High School and Snow Hill High School. As our superintendent pointed out, in February, the county commissioner sent a letter to the Board of Education asking us to explore this opportunity. I personally believe in community-based schools. I think they make sense. I think it makes sense for us to continue community-based schools. I know it's an expense to do that because the population of Snow Hill and Pocomoke is not the same as the population of Stephen Decatur or any of the North End schools. And if you look on page 92 of our proposed operating budget, you'll see a list of cost per student by school. And you will see there's a significant difference in the cost per student by school of, let's say, Stephen Decatur High School, Snow Hill, and Pocomoke. But this community, and I heard it loud and clear when I was superintendent, when the rumor started about Worcester Tech and Consolidated and high school and so forth and so on, I believe our community wants a Pocomoke High School. They want to be warriors. And I believe our community wants a Snow Hill High School. They want to be eagles. So the last paragraph of the draft letter basically says that the superintendent has put together that she outlined the challenges above, and if the desire of the commissioners want to move forward with the feasibility study, then that's fine. We'll support that. That's what the letter says. We don't have the money to do that, and if they want to do that, we can certainly explore those options. But as the superintendent also pointed out, to build a brand new high school is going to be very expensive. It's probably going to cost around $150 million to build a new high school, given all the infrastructure and everything that goes into it. So is it something we want to explore? Yes. It's been my experience that the communities, based on being superintendent of schools and having to deal with the rumors that were going around at the time about consolidation in Worcester Tech, I believe our communities will support having the Pocomoke High School Warriors and the Snow Hill High School Eagles. And if we tried to do anything different, I think there would be significant pushback from either one of those communities because the Warriors don't want to be Eagles and the Eagles don't want to be Warriors. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board members? Mr. Gordy.
Thank you, sir. In light of the fact that both of those high schools were fairly recently renovated, it seems like the timing would be extremely poor. We just put $80-some million in those two schools to make them fairly new, and it seems like it would be a poor time to suggest doing something in between. I did suggest once before that if they build a school in between, they could call it Snowpoke.
Always adding humor to the discussion, Mr. Gordy. That's what I like about you. Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. That's food for thought. As Mr. Gordy and myself being, Mr. Gordy being a Snow Hill guy, born and raised and educated, and myself, a Pocomoke person, born and raised in Pocomoke and went through all Pocomoke high schools, or elementary, middle, and, well, at that time it was elementary and then high school, grades 7 through 12. Not to show my age, but more emotionally in regard to having community schools like that is that I can tell you right now from the Pulse in Pocomoke, it's identity and pride, and you cannot put a cost or a figure on identity and pride, and it's something that the residents and citizens of Pocomoke support strongly. And I remember a few years back when Dr. Andes was mentioning that there was a thought to combine those schools, there was an extreme loud voice coming out of the Pocomoke community of, do not let this happen. We want to keep our school. And I'm sure Mr. Gordy probably agrees with me that Pocomoke should stay Pocomoke and Snow Hill should stay Snow Hill.
As you mentioned, Mr. Buchanan, it's a great source of pride within the community. Snow Hill the town of Snow Hill sort of rallies around the Snow Hill High School band and the Snow Hill High School JROTC. If you say we need $1, they get $1. Those are like central sources of pride for a fairly small community. And I realize the expense involved, but it just seems like a good way to keep our schools, number one, is to do what we're doing and not combine it. Thank you.
All right, any other board members? Yes,
I
Ms.
think
Cullen.
I have my alma mater's back in PA, and that was in 1996, and I get the pride and identity. I still hold that, and I mean, we have 2 kids right here that would be ultimately affected, and all of their friends below them. So I think it might be great to hear from them what they think. I'm on the side. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you're about to graduate, and you can say your sense of pride. I'm with you guys that I think the kids should have their sense of welcome and home and where they come from, but I think they could probably say it better right now than we could.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Kanye.
I'm going to sound like a broken jukebox here, but I'm just to reiterate what y'all are saying. I think Pocomoke and Snow Hill do have really contrasting communities. Even though they're so close together, the overall feel of each school is so vastly different. I think trying to converge those two would make almost like oil and water, even though they're not mixing right. But besides that, I'm going to pass on the cash.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In my personal opinion, I think it's great having 2 separated schools. I know the rivalry between Pocomoke and Snow Hill definitely helps foster competition. I know I have several friends at Pocomoke who I compete to try to be just a little bit better at FBLA, at sports. I definitely think that it's a very valuable experience to have lots of different schools around you. And that's personally where I stand on it. I think consolidating would be a mistake.
Kanye, I'm going to help you out. I know what you meant, not oil and water. Y'all would get along fine if it happened, but you have your competitiveness, and you want to keep that. Is that where you were going? Yep. Okay.
Sophia, you have any comments? Okay. All right. Any other comments, board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Now it's time for board discussion. For Mrs. Calape requested a board discussion on serving on specifically a safety committee, but on serving on committees. So I put that on the agenda today for board discussion. So Ms. Cutlip, I'll give you the floor.
Safety's always been my baby, but just again with Mr. Wheatley sitting here, I think there's a lot that's left unsaid or a lot that could be lost in translation in these meetings. We're not present. And if there are even 3 or 4 meetings an hour at a time, that's 4 hours worth of stuff that was said that could be important that doesn't come in here and get explained to us in a 5 or 6 minute presentation and a couple of slides. There's so many informational pieces that aren't there. So I would just ask or recommend that moving forward that it's a consideration to have some kind of a board member on these particular types of committees, because the report that we get, I don't feel is as in-depth as it could be.
Any board members have any comments, Dr. Andes?
Worcester County Public Schools is, at least during my time, has always operated on not having committees for the board. Some boards around Maryland have subcommittees. Like as an example, we had a subcommittee on the social media policy that we all reviewed. We've had other subcommittees. And when we have our strategic planning session sometime this summer with our consultant, I think it might be a good time for us to have a conversation as to whether or not the board wants to form subcommittees. As an example, and I serve on the Maryland Association Boards of Education. I'm your representative to the Legislative Committee, as an example. I previously served on the Maryland Association Boards of Education Executive Directors Committee until I was term limited and kicked off because of term limits. Nothing I did, it was term limits. Many school systems in Maryland have committees set up specifically to address issues. Like we had the Social Policy Committee that we worked with our board attorney. Some school systems also have a Finance Committee to review the budget and make recommendations to our Chief Financial Officer and work with our Chief Financial Officer, which helps in communication. So what I'm suggesting is that when we get in, when we have our strategic planning session this summer, at some point in time, working with a consultant, that we have a conversation about, does the board need a safety committee? Does the board need a finance committee? Does the board need a policy committee? Those are typically some of the committees that boards have. Because of the Open Meetings Act, they can only be made up of 3 people, who the president of the board appoints. So what I'm suggesting, I heard what Ms. Cutlip said, and my suggestion is that when we meet this summer, I think in July, once we pick a date.
It's going to be in June.
Okay. When we meet in June, I was corrected. When we meet in June, we have this discussion about, do we want to form committees? If so, what committees do we need? And if so, how will that help move the mission and vision of Worcester County Public Schools forward? And most importantly for me personally is help in the area of communication and understanding. So that's my suggestion to the board.
Any other board members to comment on that? I'll just say, I mean, the school board's primary function obviously is to set policy, approve budgets, and evaluate the superintendent and provide oversight, which is what we do. The day-to-day operations usually are the superintendent's and the administrator's roles, and sometimes when board members are joined internal committees, that can unintentionally cross into management. So if we have committees, I agree with Dr. Andes, the committees will be here, but not serving with the outside committees that we have. So though we could have a safety committee, for example, if we choose to do that in our strategic plan, where we assign a few members to the safety committee and they can work with Dr. Record. But as far as putting those board members on committees that already exist in other school systems, I don't think that's a good idea.
May I make one more comment? Yes. In my prior life, I was an assistant superintendent in Hartford County Public Schools in charge of human resources. Back in those days, we called it personnel and staff relations. It all got shortened to HR. And I can remember going to the collective bargaining table, and our Board of Education at the time decided that they wanted to have a board member sitting at the table for collective bargaining. And I was chief negotiator at the time. And what happened in that committee meeting and collective bargaining was that rightly so, that the Teachers Association at the time and their chief negotiator was directing all comments to the board member and not to me as chief negotiator. And in the area of collective bargaining, I'm just using that as one example. In the area of collective bargaining, those of us who've been at the table understand that the chief negotiator for both sides are the individuals who speak, and comments should be directed at the chief negotiator, not necessarily anyone else at the table. And that created some perplexing dynamics for me personally as the chief negotiator, because again, we're sitting across the table from each other, we're working through a contract with all items open, incidentally. All items were open, and all the comments were addressed not to me personally as a chief negotiator, but those comments were addressed to the board member and not to me. So my experience has been that when we have a Board of Education member in a committee, chances are those individuals, instead of addressing the professional staff, in my case as chief negotiator, those comments in many cases will go to the board member because it's natural. the board member, an example, in chief negotiations, could determine set the parameters and decide on the pay rates, as an example, whatever happens to be. So that's been my experience, but I'm hoping in June we can have a robust conversation about establishing, if we think it's appropriate, subcommittees of board members to address many of the issues that we're dealing with. Again, the purpose is to educate ourselves, to support the executive team, and to have a common understanding and enhanced communication among all of us. Thank
Agreed.
you.
Any other board members have any comments? Okay, we are going to sometime in June, and I'll be setting the date for June for our board retreat, and we will have that as a topic of discussion. Okay? Thank you very much. And now I'll open it up to my board members. Let me see here. 9.1. I have a policy statement first, and this is a policy revision for our social media policy. And Dr. Wallace, do you want to take this, or do you want me to turn it over to Ms. Stansberry? Go ahead.
I'll start, and then obviously the superintendent can jump in at any time that she likes. Okay, so as it was referred to earlier today, we did have a social media committee. It was made up of 3 board members, myself as really just the moderator of it, and then some of the executive team, including the superintendent. We worked from the existing social media policy that has been your social media policy since at least August of 2020, but some of it even went back much further than that, into the early 90s. And so a lot of it was just obsolete. And there had been discussion by the board over the last several months to try and tighten that policy. I think, and I'll let my committee members weigh in, I think it proved to be a tricky task. The committee met twice, but for multiple hours on each occasion. And before you is the revised social media policy. Primarily, I think it's fair to say that the policy has almost been entirely rewritten. I believe in your packet you do have a red line version. The red lines are often hard to follow, but anything that's struck through has been completely replaced. So it may be easiest to just read what I'll call your clean version without the red lines. I'm happy to walk the board through it, but I can, in the short term, say that this policy as drafted is coming to you as recommended by that subcommittee. Everyone ultimately did agree. I want to point out one matter that we said we would specifically point out to the board, which is on page 4. And it is in the section, Roman numeral 3, implementation guidelines, use of social media, subsection B, personal social media use, general standards of conduct. I'll give everybody a moment to get there. And just about in the middle of that page, you'll see B1. And it says, employees shall not author or share social media content that would likely impair the employee's effectiveness as an educator and/or role model, or likely undermine the educational environment, or likely damage the public's confidence in the board and/or Worcester County Public Schools generally. Where the subcommittee struggled the most is in the first sentence with the words author or share. There was discussion to just have it be author. There was discussion for it to be author or share as presented. There was also discussion to have it be author, share, endorse, and then if we used endorse, we would have had to define that term, which we discussed intending to mean all types of endorsement, not necessarily even positive endorsement. So likes, emojis, spaces, all the things that we know exist in the social media world, hearts. And ultimately, the committee did come back with a full recommendation of author or share, but we did say that we would specifically point that out to the board if any board member wanted to further opine on that. So with this policy, I think we have 3 choices today. One is you can pass it as drafted here today.
Effective July 1.
Effective July 1. 2, you could take some additional time, read it, and we could have continued discussion at the June meeting because we'll still have time for the July passage. Or 3, we could discuss changes you wanted now and either make them now or come back in June.
Board
Does
members,
any committee members, did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I
you
think
got
so.
it right.
Board members,
Yeah.
Ms. McComas.
I know the rest of you haven't had a chance to really look this over. We have. But nonetheless, if in fact you do want to, I like the idea of being able to take this home and read it over again and come back in June, if that's okay.
It's whatever the board wishes to do.
I think that's fair. Like she said, we have hours in this, and it was
Yes.
a lot
Right.
of back and forth, so I don't think it would be fair to ask anybody to act on it right now.
Thank you. Any other board members? I would just add that I think it's fair to give the rest of the board an opportunity to digest what has been written and then come back with any comments. We can certainly still approve this by our June meeting and then implement it by July 1st.
That's good.
Is that good with the board?
Fair enough.
Okay. We'll move-
Mr. Fronte,
Yes.
I just wanted, the 3 board members who were committee members of this group are Ms. Cutlip,
Ms. McComas?
McComas, and myself were the 3 board members. And I want to thank Ms. Stansberry for doing an outstanding job of mediating, monitoring, whatever phrase you want to use, as we sat and debated and collectively had some intense conversations about this. So, Ms. Stansberry, thank you for your help, support, and assistance. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Happy to help.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Now I'll open it up to my fellow board members for any comments they might have. Of course, we know it's the end of the year, we're close to graduation, but who has comments that they would like to share?
Just vaguely, I would just, since we won't have our next meeting will be after all the people graduate, I would just like to say congratulations to everybody graduating. May is a very busy month for everybody, I think. There's like 40 events on the calendar for us that we got, so it's on my list to try and attend every of the graduations for every school that we have next week. So that's my intent, and it's just refreshing yesterday at the Boardwalk Parade. I mean, it's just a great event. It's just happy to see these kids thriving and going on, and we do produce some outstanding students no matter what school they're in this county. So I would just say congratulations to them and hold your head up high and good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Cutlip.
I'd like to say,
Mr. Smack.
I'd like to thank all the graduates this year for the success. Keep God first, and everything will be all right with y'all.
Mr. Gordy.
I would just like to reiterate the welcome to the newest member of this panel up here, Ms. Jen Sills. Congratulations on your elevation. We are excited to have you on board. We look forward to you continuing to do the great job that we have watched you do for years. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for bringing your own cheering squad. That's all right, too.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you. I had a couple of things that I went to that I found quite interesting. First one last week at Snow Hill Elementary School. My grandson wanted to know if I was going to stop by for the day because there's going to be a big draw. I thought he said dog. Big dog. He said, no, draw, art. pop up. And so I stopped by, and it was great. The day was under the basic direction of Cindy Sullivan, focused on music and the visual arts. The students were able to go from classroom that was set up for different art activities and music, and it did my old art teacher's heart pride and proud to see that Worcester County supports activities like this, that it's not strictly academic learning all the time, that sometimes the arts, in my opinion, all the time the arts, play a great part in development of students' lives and character. The second thing, this week, I had the opportunity again to go to Pocomoke High School's intent night. And for those who don't know, if you're in Pocomoke and you've had a student that's graduated, you are aware of this. I think it was 12 years ago. Is that right? 12 years ago. I was there. Dr. Wallace was there as principal. And I like to tell this little story. I was senior advisor for many years, getting ready for graduation and having graduation practice and lining the students up and all this stuff. And it took days to get all the small details worked out. And then she comes to me about 2 days before graduation and says, or a week before graduation, said, I have this idea. I would like to have this thing called, I'm going to call it Intent Night, and I want you to go ahead and help me set it up. I said, okay, I'll do it. And we put this thing together under Dr. Wallace's direction, and it was great. And basically what it was is that every senior would sign a commitment of what they were going to do after high school. Whether they were going to go into college, they were going to go to the military, they were going to go into the workforce, and things like, and last week when I was watching the students that were coming by, it was just amazing. It was just amazing that at that point in their life, getting ready to graduate, they knew direction. They had a direction that they wanted to go toward. And remembering back when I got out of high school, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do.
Have you figured it out?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
He's still drawing.
That's right.
But I will tell you that the number of students that went through that wore T-shirts of the college that they were going to go to, or an implement of what they were going to use in their first, future career, and the ones that were going to become electricians and mechanics and plumbing and welding, I took my notebook out and wrote their names down in case I ever needed them in the future, to do some work for me. But PHS and Intent Night, it's a good thing. Well done, Wallace.
Mr. Gordy?
One more
I guess speaking.
One more quick note, please. I would like to thank the Social Media Committee. That was probably no small task, and I'm happy you were there, not me. So thanks. Thanks to the Social Media Committee. I'm sure this is a credible document, and we appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Dr. Andes?
Thank you. We did get a bottle of water. We did.
Only water?
As opposed to wine?
We only got a bottle of water for our work, but it was worth it. I have a couple things, if I may.
You sure may.
I want to clarify the fact that there's been conversation about audits and so forth and so on. And in our budget book, way back in the appendices, it's page 112, it lists all the various audits that our school system goes through on a regular basis. And I have in front of me a copy of the federal audit. So every year, sometime in October, shared with us is the federal audit, which is an independent audit of our federal programs, like our Title I programs, and every year, and this is presented to the board every single year. So when we talk about accountability, we are accountable. We have an independent audit, and we have an independent audit of many aspects, and I would encourage everyone to look on page 112 of our operating budget that lists all the various audits that we go through every year. But here it is for federal programs, and that federal program audit is shared with our board typically in October of every single year as an independent audit. That's the first item. The second item is that when I became superintendent of schools in 1996, 96, thank you very much, the Board of Education received 54% of the county budget. I'll say it again. When I became superintendent of schools in 1996, the Board of Education received 54% of county revenue. In year 2026, the Board of Education received 40.38% of county revenue. So the overall share of county revenue to our school system went from a high of 1996 of 54% to where we are today of 40%. Sometimes we have individuals who will say that half the county money revenue goes to the Board of Education. It's simply, I will say to them, it's 40%. And at one time, we were getting 54% of the county budget. So I wanted to clarify that fact for everyone. Third thing, I wanted to express my appreciation and thanks to everyone who works hard to provide funding for Worcester County Public Schools. As we know, in Worcester County, we have two major areas of economic development. One is agriculture and one is hospitality. And I want to thank all the farmers out there who will work hard every day. And I know right now they're praying for rain, and hope we get rain as quickly as possible, because the crops are in the ground, whether it's corn or soybeans or whatever happens to be, or they're growing chickens to have chicken nuggets or whatever it happens to be in the future. I simply want to thank all of our agriculture. And the second thing is all of our hospitality folks, because I know many people in the hospitality industry, they have about 5 months to make all the money. And those 5 months are intense. It's 24/7 during that 5-month period to earn as much money as they possibly can to sustain their families throughout the entire year. So I thank those folks in those two major industries that provide the economic development, and I thank you farmers for what you do each and every day, and I thank everyone in the hospitality industry, because if it wasn't for the agriculture and hospitality industries, we couldn't do what we do in Worcester County Public Schools. So I thank you for your economic development. I will try to continue to spend as much money as I possibly can in the area of agriculture and hospitality in Worcester County, as much as I possibly can. Next item, as you heard other folks say, congratulations to all the graduates. I wish you the very best as you move forward in the future. If you have one major and it's not public education, becoming a teacher, there's always a chance you can change your major at some point in time in your career, because those first 2 years you're going to take general ed classes, so it really doesn't matter. But once you get to be a junior and senior, you can switch your majors, become a teacher, and come back to Worcester County Public Schools and teach. Next is, on Monday we celebrate Memorial Day. And the purpose of Memorial Day is to honor those individuals and those families who made the ultimate sacrifice in defense of our liberty and our freedom. And I hope that everyone on Memorial Day takes time to reflect on the sacrifices that those individuals made and those families made to ensure that we can sit here today and be free people. I know on Memorial Day we all celebrate through picnics and other kinds of events and so forth and so on. But I'm hoping we all reflect on those sacrifices that were made. And I want to especially thank our Gold Star mothers. And if you happen to know a Gold Star mother, I hope at some point in time over the next few days you reach out to them, thank them, and give them a giant hug. Because Gold Star mothers, They're the best. Finally, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everyone who's a father, who acts like a father, or if you have a significant individual in your family who happens to be your uncle or whatever happens to be, or a friend who's your father, please reach out and thank them on Father's Day. I'm already getting my list together for what my family must do for me for Father's Day. Of course, they always tell me where I can put my list, and nothing ever happens on Father's Day. But please, thank a father. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? I guess I get to go last as usual. Sure, Cash. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to all the board members for this great opportunity. I think this program that you guys run for us to come and speak every board meeting is just great opportunity for all the students. You've all been very welcoming, and I'd just like to thank you all very much for that.
Thank you. So it's as a parent, I've had an opportunity to enjoy these last few weeks with the culmination of something that started out of COVID, which just goes to show you that out of something bad can come something good. And that's what happened with the boardwalk procession that happened yesterday. But also all of the awards that happened that I went to at Stephen Decatur High School and attended, they were I was extremely impressed with all the students, and not just because I was there as a parent. I was also impressed by my daughter, who yesterday was just having such a good time riding down the boardwalk, and everyone congratulating her and all the rest of the students that were enjoying that boardwalk procession. It's an amazing school system that we have here. We have so many great athletes and students that participate and do such an outstanding job, and that's reflective in all of the things that we've seen in the last couple of weeks. And the culmination will take place next week when they cross that stage and enter into a college or career that they've so chosen to do. And it's been a beautiful thing, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I've enjoyed serving on this board with my daughter, being there as a student rep from Stephen Decatur High School, as well as Cash and Kanye. You guys have done such a good job. But I have to say, and Dr. Andes, you covered all the holidays, so I don't need to do that. It's just a great thing to be involved in this school system and see so many accomplishments of so many students. And I've been able to see it firsthand, and I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I hope I get to continue to enjoy it, and I look forward to next week's graduation. All right? And we are still, as I mentioned, I might have mentioned today's open session, but before I do that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for some important dates.
Yes, just a few informational items. One is an update to our board and our community. We have, as shared, that we are seeking new auditors for our regular audit. So the RFPs have been released for that, and they are out for that. And also the audit that I called for and you all voted on unanimously at the last board meeting, a comprehensive audit of very specific items in our school district and practices. We have received all of those RFPs. The committee is looking over them, and I would say expect potentially a special board meeting to approve of those RFPs, to be continued, more information later. But yes. I will announce on May 25th, schools are closed for Memorial Day. Dr. Andes just mentioned that. That is this coming Monday. So you don't have to go to school on Monday. We don't have to come to work either. So sometimes you guys don't have to go to work and go to school, and we have to come, but we'll all be off on Monday to celebrate and honor those. And June 2nd, on June 2nd, the county commissioners will be adopting our budget. Please, in the meantime, as I encouraged you earlier to our community and our board, please make sure that we are active between now and then, because where we left it was that we don't have a budget approved and there will be a budget adopted at the same day. So I suppose there will be a lot going on. Then on June 15th and 16th, it's hard to believe as a first-year superintendent that we will have early dismissals on June 15th and 16th for all schools and high school exams, and that June 16th is our last day of school. But it's great because we're all going to get to be able to celebrate together at a board meeting, because that is also our next regularly scheduled board meeting. So back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. So as I mentioned at the start of today's open session, the board did not complete the closed session, so we will not yet adjourn, but we will ask our members of the public in attendance to please excuse themselves. Again, we wish you a happy Memorial Day. We hope you have a great Father's Day, and we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting, which I think we've already announced in June. So have a great day, and thank you. We're not going to adjourn.